Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά να ζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power.
Παρακαλώ να πάρετε τις θέσεις σας.
And joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business.
Λοιπόν, περνάμε τώρα στο δεύτερο μαραθώνιο της ημέρας, που είναι η απογευματινή σεόνς. Το απόγευμα έχουμε 4 πάνελ, τα οποία το καθένα ουσιαστικά έχει ένα κομμάτι από τη δραστηριότητα των μελών της Ένωσης. Θα ξεκινήσουμε με το πιο παραδοσιακό κομμάτι και το πιο σημαντικό αριθμητικά ακόμα. Το ακόμα ήταν ένα challenge για όλους σας. το οποίο είναι η ΑΕΔΑΚ. Έχουμε την χαρά να υποδεχόμαστε τον κύριο Αρχοντίδη, Chief Country Officer, Head of Investment Banking Greece and Cyprus της Deutsche Bank και πρώην συνάδελφός σας και σε ελληνικές τράπεζες. Και το mail μας αποτελείται από τον κύριο Έσοπο, πρόεδρο του Διοικητικού Συμβουλίου της Ένωσης Θεσμικών και διευθύνοντα σύμβουλο της Αλφατράς, τον κύριο Αντωνόπουλο,
So, Mr. Antonopoulos from Asset Management IDAC, Mr. Esopos from the Hellenic Finance Asset Management Association, Mr. Milonas from Eurobank Asset Management, Mr. Pablekos from Piraeus Asset Management MFMC, Mr. Saradinos, unfortunately he's ill and he couldn't be here with us. Just 1 second before you start. We had a problem with our connection, and we didn't have a connection for half an hour before the lunch break. But the problem is okay now, and you'll get the recorded session later on. Thank you for coming back from the lunch break. I will hope to be that this panel is going to be very interesting for you. I would like to thank the association for inviting me in this conference. It is a good opportunity for us to meet again. I have worked with many of the colleagues who are here in Eurobank when I was there, working for many years. We are going to speak about investing in inflation environment. We're going to speak about the challenges in the fund management sector in such an environment. But let's see where we stand as regards inflation. This graph shows how inflation has grown in the Eurozone during the last 5 years. We see the spike at the end of 2022. We see that things are getting better, but we'll have to wait and see if this this leads to normalization or not. As a result of this inflationary spike, the European Central Bank has increased interest rates to 4% in some cases. Some days ago, we saw the last increase. It seems that a pause is going to occur, but we'll see what happens. This is the situation in the US, reaching 9.1% in June 2022, which was the highest inflation rate for 40 years in the US. It dropped down in December 2022 at 6.5%, but it seems that it might rise again. We'll see what happens. The point is to understand where we're heading. I am not an expert on this, so I think Mr. Yorgos Anidelos from Deutsche Bank in London, head of FX research, can take the floor and explain to us what is going on. Yorgos, good afternoon. We can see you, we can hear you. We have been working with Yorgos very closely for a couple of years now. He is head of research in Deutsche Bank. He's been with Deutsche Bank for 10 years. Please share with us your views about inflation and the interest rates. We don't have much time. In a couple of minutes, because I know that you research people like talking much. So I want you to be brief, and in a few minutes, tell us what we are expected to see in terms of inflation in Europe and what are the trends in the market. Thank you, Dimos. Good afternoon, everyone from cloudy London. Thank you for the opportunity that you give me to speak in your conference. I will be very brief. I'm going to speak about the forecast regarding inflation, ECB, and the future, the way ahead. And second, the long-term trends in the economy. Let's start with the inflation. First, we are rather optimistic here. Already we have seen a lot of progress. We saw the annual changes, but if we see the monthly changes of inflation, the drop is even more abrupt. We expect an inflation to go down to 2.5 until the end of 2024. We have two basic factors here so that we are optimistic. The first factor regards the very positive increase of interest rates with the central banks of Europe and the US. And secondly, we see that dramatic improvement of the economy after COVID, after the Ukraine war. We have an upward drive. We see that all activities, all operations are active again, especially during the last few months. As regards the central banks, we see some quantitative easing, cycles starting, both in the US and in the European area. In 2024, the first semester, the Americans are starting with their easing cycle, and the ECB is starting its own easing changes in the end of 2024, beginning of 2025. These were the good news. The bad news is that despite the drop in inflation, we cannot see a normalization in the economy. Instability is here to stay because we see differences in other indicators apart from the inflation, volatility, for example, or variability. Let me give you an example. In Greece, we had difficult situations after the natural disaster due to climate change, which is a factor that we cannot foresee in many cases. Also, the geopolitical dimensions, as we saw in the Ukrainian war, or even the Trump running again for president, are factors that undermine the reliability of the supply chain. So despite the good developments in terms of the inflation, in the next decades, we'll have several challenges to face. Let me close with some thoughts about the markets. In the relation between bonds and shares will not be the same. Historically, bonds and shares would hedge each other, bonds increasing, shares decreasing, and vice versa. However, in these supply shocks full world, we can see bonds and shares dropping at the same time. And that's what we saw briefly in 2022. So the active management of funds is necessary to bring about higher yields and better performances. These were my comments, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. I know we do not have any questions, and we know that you have a very heavy schedule, so you can leave us now. Thank you so much for being here. Before we go to the next subject, let me remind to everyone why inflation is bad. We know this, but it's good to repeat it. First, it's negative for consumption, for people's income, for households' income. It decreases the yields of investments and the value of wealth. This has multiple effects, and maybe the drop in the value of wealth is what influences the investors' decisions more. So what could an investor do in order to be shielded from inflation? In theory, we would say bonds not related to inflationary challenges. But sometimes the average investor cannot understand how this works. So we have some products, for example, the Greek bond, which though matures in 2057, and nobody knows what is going to happen in 30 years from now. The other idea would be that they would keep their money with the banks so that they could get some interest rate, but we don't see the banks giving this interest rate. There is a resistance from the Greek banks. In other countries, we see that they are purchasing short-term bonds, 12-month bonds. They sold 22 billion to investing audiences. Italy sold 100 billion. Last week, we had a similar bond in Greece. It sold approximately 60 millions, not billions. So the investors have to understand that this could be a good idea. Also, real estate, either direct estates or real estate investment companies. Commodities could be another solution. As Yorgo said, we could see increases in commodities. So such commercial investments could provide protection against inflation, or shares with a growth potential. These are some of the cases of the tools that an investor could use to protect from the from inflation, of course, considering risk tolerance and time issues. These are some of the dimensions that have to be considered when one plans a portfolio. So risk tolerance is characterizes more younger investors, while the older ones prefer more conservative solutions. In Greece, investors believe that they have knowledge and they try to invest by themselves. However, I would urge them to consider professionals, because the professionals can do this better than anyone else. They do this every day. It's their main job, and they can understand when inflation is going to drop or whether it's going to increase still even further. After Lehman, we know that the market turbulences are much more severe, much more acute as we had before the year 2000, 2008. And recently, we've seen many phenomena that have influenced this volatility even more. Now, let's turn to our friends in the panel and start a discussion. They represent 75% of mutual funds in Greece in terms of portfolio management. The fund management represented here are approximately 10 billions from the 13.5 that exist in the Greek market. So I'm going to sit with you and we'll start a conversation based on certain structured questions. Let me ask Fanny's first. Whether the customers worry about inflation in the last couple of years. What about the customers that come to your offices? You know how Eurobank works. You have many salespersons and clients come in and they worry about inflation, but what happens in the end? I think that the structure of the conference today helped me a lot to answer this question. Inflation is something new for many of us. We've been having inflation in the last few years. Inflation decreases the purchasing power of the potential deposits. So let's see what savings mean. In Greece, we see that savings have grown exactly because the GDP has grown. So it seems that people are worried, but we see deposits increasing, so we don't see the materialization of this fear. So the problem that we observe is that investment products are benchmarked against the deposits. I believe that this is not good, but that's my own personal opinion, and we can discuss it if you like. But nevertheless, expectations for yields have grown. So our customers wish to have a better performance, so they don't worry so much. And this is what we have to bear in mind, that in general, in the average portfolios, yields have grown. The investive portfolios have handled the inflation challenges in the best way they could due to the conditions in the market. So let me conclude by repeating that inflation is here. It will become even worse, maybe, but nevertheless, we do have the tools to handle the situation. We should also consider that Greeks the elderly in Greece have wealth, and this is important to consider when wanting to see which is going to be the trend in the market.
Να πω εγώ, σε αυτό που ανέφερες εσύ, δηλαδή στο λεγόμενο wealth effect, το οποίο είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική επίπτωση του πληθωρισμού, ότι στην...
In Greece, we have the wealth effect, which is not so negative. We have a lot of savings in cash and in deposits, and also we have an ascending trend in the real estate investments.
Ιδιωτών και θεσμικών επενδυτών. Νομίζω, αν το κοιτάξουμε στο σύνολο, σε ονομαστική βάση δεν είμαστε αρνητικοί. Οπότε οι ανησυχίες δεν είναι τόσο έντονες, κοιτάζοντας το σε στατική βάση.
As Fanny's mentioned earlier, we look forward the need for better returns and yields, and the fact that the inflation led to higher interest rates, well, gave the opportunity to have more profitable products. So, I don't mean that this has been positive for Greek investors, but in any case, my feeling is that it didn't work negatively. Iraklis, over to you. Well, in terms of interest rates and inflation, from that point on, are you concerned with regard to the inflation, or there will be some kind of de-escalation? Well, Our view is more or less that of the Deutsche economists, considering the situation in the US, where more, in most cases, we've got some kind of deflation. The labor market, the wages are not going to be under high pressure. So I believe that bad things are behind us, are left behind. I don't know whether the inflation shall going to be 2.5 to 70 in a year or in a year and a half. However, the trend is descending. So far, so good with inflation. Now, concerning the interest rates, well, we know that they somehow try to catch up with inflation. In any case, the pace of de-escalation shall be lower compared to other cases in the past, other financial cycles in the past, particularly due to the conviction that the inflation was under control. We are in a quite volatile financial environment. We're in the midst of a technological revolution, AI, and different asymmetric risks that can impact all our projections. Well, this shall make the regulators more to be on the defensive. Any other view, possibly controversial? No, just let me add that inflation is not necessarily something bad. High inflation, of course, it is, but a minor inflation might be considered positively, which was the case with regard to the Greek debt. So it is good that we have a little inflation. It helps the management, the yields, the returns. It is not an enemy across the border by definition. Before the PSI, we would propose two solutions, either the one selected or we go for inflation. I agree. The hard way was chosen finally. Anyway, Panos, next question for you. Have you applied a specific strategy in informing your investments so as to deal with the negative impact of inflation? In other words, whether you had an official communication strategy. This is for you, Panos. Chris, you could give us an answer later. Well, let me start with the concept that and inflation isn't necessarily something bad. I remind you that from an inflation environment last year, which was negative, we turned into another one which was positive. Thus, moving from one side to another, from one situation to another, which was acceptable by the central banks that changed their monetary policy. Well, this change brought about fiscal measures, extraordinary taxation, all those impacted on the markets, and we've witnessed a high volatility. And as mentioned Yorgos earlier, the correlation, thus there was no safe refugee, save cash. So we had to communicate all of the above to our distribution networks more frequently and be proactive before our customers would call them, because RMs are a bit hesitant in getting in contact with the customers where the developments are adverse. So we try to update them to keep the communication open by repeating the investment principles. Correction in the markets might be an opportunity that we need to keep a long-term eye open. This is not something magic. We just explain and we remind that we need to apply the basic principles. And again, that a very important success ingredient is not the heart and the brain, it is the belly, the stomach itself. In other words, not get afraid and leave the markets right when you need to stay. So information and some kind of training of our customers. Next question, or you would like to add something? Well, I would say that we might be undermining the issue. Why? Because communication and inflation could be a chapter we go through our customers together for each financial cycle. So what we do, starting from May, basic financial cycles principles, not under pressure, so that our customers would know what to expect when there is an inflation stage, and which are the investment categories that are suitable for each financial cycle. So we need to be proactive, particularly in our country, where we got an issue with the training of our customers or of the broader public by and large. So there we need to target. And inflation is just a chapter. Another one could be recession, and so on and so forth. Chris, next question to you. Have you got a product available particularly connected with inflation in Greece or something similar? In other words, somehow telling to the customer, you get it and you'll have protection. No, there is no such product. There are some products abroad from foreign houses. Most of our members represent those houses, and they are mutual bonds, either traded or normal. However, getting into the technical part, an inflation bond has three components: inflation, duration, that is the validity of the bond, which in most cases involves several decades, and the interest rate risk. All of those, for non-professional managers, well, it is easy to explain to them how they'll work, because the conditions change continuously, and one thing a person is expecting and another thing is there. And all those previous years in an adverse environment of zero or negative interest rates, we didn't have any new versions, so every cycle was little tradable. The above means that very few Greek organizations would be prepared to put forward similar products. As for those that could help the decrease of the capital itself due to inflation, we've got the money market, which all of a sudden, after years of absence, are back again. Unfortunately, until today, only companies have understood it and have invested available cash on them. And this is why we are over 180 billion recently. And the returns in their pockets are very high. However, they don't have the mass retail mentality and corresponding training. And on the other hand, we've got the different bond categories, state bonds, whatever, where you try to collect the largest part of inflation, which would help in to offset inflation. I assume that those the mutual funds in the past 12 months have played a very important role. Indeed, there has been an appetite for mutual funds. They are mature, so it was easy after the different increases of interest rates, having bonds of a short term with excellent returns. That was a miracle. Would you like to add something, please? We all got mutual funds, share funds, which is the best offset for inflation, and this is 100% diachronic because it provides you higher than the inflation. So the management in a shares portfolio is very important because it's not the inflation impact, it's not the same in all companies. The manager will come up with the pricing power companies and will proceed with those. I remind you that the prices of both service and products in such era increase. So those companies do it because they wish to protect their profitability margins. And in this case, they can essentially protect you. And provided they got particular features, they may give you back the inflation plus, as we call it. So we do have the products for the inflation-linked bond, even though it's a very catchy name. It involves real returns and is not directly connected to the inflation, nothing actually to do with inflation, or on an annual basis anyway. But those are hard products, difficult products. And they are not diffused, not even abroad. There are not many more such funds, because we considered this concept even last year to attract investments, but it didn't work. Real yields increased last year. They do increase currently, but the inflation-linked bond has dropped. I do not mean to judge them due to the short run they are on. I'm just trying to support what you mentioned earlier. Just a comment to connect what Iraklis said with what Pavlos just mentioned. They are both right. I mean, the products are there. The share portfolio is there. But we haven't got at this point because the Greek saving level is not cannot meet those expectations. They are still a long way ahead compared to other countries. Indeed, this is so. Because an inflation environment may show up at any time. And all parties need to be well prepared. They all need to know which is the best defensive policy and get prepared and trained before the adverse situation is there. Irakli, next question for you. Discussion with investors. Which is your greatest competitor in terms of bonds and investment policies? Well, once I met a customer and I had to have a chat with him. When I started speaking about mutual funds, professional managers, he answered back, I know better. So I asked him, what do you mean by that? My portfolio is fully fragmented. I've got shares in all banks, but and still, you know what happened after that, after many years. So the strongest competitor of mutual funds, it's this precise answer, I know better. Indeed, the crisis of our country, the consequences on the financial community activated the self-defense reflexes, and this is how we came up with those mottos, I know better, which wouldn't be the case 10 years earlier. The biggest competitor currently is what it defines everything now, job. Interest rates, interest rates, interest rates. So the curve of interest rates, even when we choose shares that hypothetically will protect us from inflation, or rather will necessarily protect us from the inflation, taking into account the free risk rate, well, I repeat once again, inflation, we need to know how to overcome those risks, and this is how we commence a discussion. The higher the interest rates, the more difficult the discussion. The lower the interest rates, the more smooth you can lead it ahead. And of course, nothing to do with I know better. Once I tried to fix the top of my house and we almost got flooded. Okay, Chris, more general comments. Tell us what a mutual funds institution can offer to an investor satisfactory returns. I know that the answer is yes, but anyway, I am biased and I would say absolutely yes.
I think that we have covered this question. One is dispersion, differentiation rather within the portfolio. So a private investor with a small equity cannot do it so efficiently as a big fund. On the other hand, you have a lot of different weapons in your investment portfolio. For example, you can have some products with high risk, some other products with high yield or high dividends, and the investors would like to have these, or some growth shares that will give you the opportunity to hedge against the inflation due to interest rates. And if we add to this that you have a very heavy and regulatory framework plus very heavy supervision on the portfolios, I think that it is the only solution that retail invests via mutual funds. In other words, the Greek mutual funds do not follow the trend of the European ones.
Ωραία. Πάνω σε αυτή την σύγκριση που έβαλε στο τραπέζι τώρα.
Now, let me give you first the good news. The increase of the Greek funds is higher than the European ones. In Greece, we almost tripled the investments in comparison to the 50% increase in the European countries. On the other hand, we have some drawbacks, because in Greece, we started from 3% of the GDP and reached 8%. In Europe, they started from 100% and they reached 150%. So the numbers are so different. So in Greece, the numbers I've been describing, including mutual funds plus mandates, means that we are very much behind the European average. This is an important consideration in our association. We are trying to improve the situation. We've been trying to for many years. But unfortunately, after the various cascade of crises that we went through, we can still see countries like Hungary, Czech Republic, Poland that have overrun us, reaching double. So what did they do? What different did they do? They actually performed the various reforms that we are trying to do. First, they educated their people. Second, they motivated their people. In Greece, they should be taxation motives. Let me remind you that we had a very different situation in Greece for many years now. So we cannot have a portfolio except if you have an income. So that's a vicious circle. If we don't change taxation and tax contributions and the black economy, and if we don't ban tax evasion, then you cannot increase the available income of the average household so that they can save and invest via mutual funds for a better future. This is the problem. So behind us, we just have Croatia, Turkey, and Bulgaria in Europe, in the whole European zone. So if we do not do something fast, maybe next year, in our next conference, we might be last in this registry. I just need to say, to ask something for Panos. In the last 12 months, we saw an increased, a major increase from 10 billions at the end of 2022. We reached 13.5 billions. So it's a 30% increase. How do you explain that? Let me start with the macro factors. Already Fanny's mentioned one. We start very low, so we can grow. This morning, we spoke about the Greek economy and its prospects. Already, the prospects are better for the Greek economy, as we heard this morning. Savings and deposits have increased. The loan-to-deposit ratio is one of the best in Europe. So we have this excessive liquidity and excessive savings that can be channeled to investments. All these reasons help a lot the market to develop its mutual funds. Moreover, along with inflation, we see increased interest rates, so we can relaunch bonds and target maturity funds. Due to the volatility that we saw in this sector in the previous years, investors were a bit hasty, but now this starts changing. Mutual funds in Greece, both regarding money market and fixed income, are at a low level during the last few years. The increase at 2 billion as regards the target maturities is a very small increase in relation to the levels that we had in the income bonds in the year 2000, before the crisis, exactly when the interest rates were at the same level with today's rates. In other words, considering the fixed income, the money market, and the other mutual funds, we are going to double the size. So we'll reach the 20-30 billions in a few years. And two last things. We have high inflows. Mrs. Lazarakou, in her introductory speech, said that we have inflow into Greek mutual funds. So this means that we are competitive indeed. And what is even more important is that those who are positioned in these mutual funds are the ones who didn't know this product before. So they are newcomers in the market. In opting for products which are in between savings and investing. So with this way we can have a good asset allocation.
Δράσαμε όλη η αγορά, αντέδρασε γρήγορα σε αυτή την ανάγκη. Δεν περιμέναμε να τσεκάρουμε, να ελέγξουμε. Πήραμε τα ρίσκα που μπορούμε να πάρουμε και αποδεικνύεται ότι κινηθήκαμε προς αυτή την κατεύθυνση. Και αυτό είναι σημαντικό. Η αγορά και οι διαχειριστές δείξαν ότι έχουν γρήγορα αντανακλαστικά.
Ήσουν λίγο πιο γρήγορος από τους υπόλοιπους. Αλλά τέλος πάντων δεν θα το δώσουμε δεύτερη φορά.
Μίλησα γενικώς γι' αυτό.
Και το πιο σημαντικό, οι πελάτες μας ακούσαν.
Ακριβώς.
Ναι. Ναι. Αν μου επιτρέπετε λίγο, πάνω σε αυτό που λέει ο Παναγιώτης, όντως δηλαδή τα 20 δις, 22-23 δις είναι ένας ρεαλιστικός.
This is a realistic target for our country, but we have to consider that when seeing the various studies that in other countries, 60 to 70% are from other clients. So we are focusing on retail here.
Είναι συγκεκριμένοι και χρειάζονται για την εξυπηρέτηση των αναγκών πληρωμών των συντάξεων.
Well, this is a deficit that we do have. So the industry needs to focus on information, training. Well, but even if we do everything fine, well, still there are things that we need to enhance and power the ETA, not build counter-intensive, and the second pillar, the tech, I mean. Well, one might claim that this is the first and so on and so forth, but this, if it gets bigger, it might produce $1 billion in the next 15 years, even if 50%, even if only 50% is invested on us, well, that would be something good. As I'm coming from this field, the average customer is getting confused. The RN goes there in the private banking and says, usage, Luxembourg, Greece. Well, you need to simplify things. Okay, you are right, abroad there are institutional investment in DWS, very mutual fund. In 5 days' time, it goes as high as 3 billion euros, thanks to institution investments in Greece. You need to go to the retail, and there the focus must be well clarified. Anyway, sometimes we are confused as well with the documentation, the way RNs are trained to pass it over to the customers. It requires continuous training. Okay. A last question. Well, to come up with a piece of news. Are there any strategic movements in your field that one could do in order to increase the capitals invested on mutual funds? What should be done in the industry? Well, to avoid disclosing secrets, well, we've been listening about things to be done and things to be avoided. Young people wish to have more flexible products. Young people have different criteria and they focus more on sustainability. You've just mentioned electronic platforms, ORM. Okay, strategically speaking, thus, we all, I assume, agree, and we are moving towards this direction, is that we do to build and develop those two segments. And again, something that we need to develop, training, to have a financial interest there where we need it, and last but not least, which is more relevant to the management of the markets, the new markets environment. We've had 15 years time where everything was clear cut and there was a pillow in terms of the markets and so on and so forth. Now we need to change, and there have been proposals today, alternative investments, private markets. Thus, we need, and we've been doing that actually, and we'll do it stronger in the future, we need to focus on the alternatives, the private markets, the real estate. This is the general direction for us to move forward. Somebody else? Everything clear? Nothing left for us? No? Okay, excellent. So, if I may, I fully agree with Fanny's. There's this discussion, alternative investments, and I think that we need more proposals, more propositions for our customers, particularly those that know quite a lot on investments. So let us look at it differently. When you characterize something as a threshold 5%, well, emotionally speaking, this is determined something as something risky. So we need to work on that more. Over with my questions. There are no Q&As from the audience. However, The 3 next panels will be on alternative investments, so that was an excellent pass. There was a coffee break on the agenda right now. We won't have it now. That was a mistake. We'll have the coffee break after the next panel. Thank you.
Δήμο, ευχαριστούμε για το...
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστώ, παιδιά.
Δήμο, ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Δύσκολες οι ερωτήσεις.
Όχι,
σιγά.
Να στη μέση.
Στο diversity δεν το πάμε πολύ καλά πάντως το πράγμα. Λοιπόν, το επόμενο πάνελ λοιπόν θα μιλήσει...
Our next panel on real estate, Greek app investing in inflation eras. Before the panel, we have a speech, a lecture on Greek real estate. Mr. Yorgos Gormas, Deputy President of Resolute Group. Mr. Gormas, please. And I propose, well, I would welcome the panelists on stage.
Μόλις τους βάλουν τα μικρόφωνα. Κύριε Κορμά, σας ακούμε.
Lovely. Καλησπέρα.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. I'm honored to be here today amongst distinguished friends, colleagues, and distinguished members of the investment community of our country. Some of them have a binary role, being abroad as well. I'm Yorgos Kormas. Nothing more to discuss about me. I get the pass on alternative investments, and let me tell you that I'm the first alternative proposition, as real estate is indeed an alternative option. An alternative which comes from the depths of the Greek economy. Real estate follows the growth of the country. It's a correlation that hasn't changed. It is still there in adverse conditions as well.
So it is linked to the growth of the country, and we were one of the first, if not the first, that came in the limelight after the crisis. The growth is similar to the fall. We had an accumulative fall in real estate, 60% compared to 2008, which was the peak until now of this sector. Recovery is respective of the fall. In the first 2 years, we had an surprising growth. We didn't reach 2008 though, but definitely 2008 is a landmark which we will reach and exceed. The key question is, okay, 2008 was a reference point, it was the end of the course or the beginning of a new one because of the crisis back then. And of course, we cannot have a clear answer to that. What is sure is that we are not before a new financial crisis. We have political stability that has placed us at European and global level at a better ranking compared to the years earlier. I will mention what Chris said earlier, that Greece is followed by 3 countries downwards at a risk to be quite low, to have 1, 2, or no one after us at a level of country. This is not one of the stresses we face. The changes that we had to have and our other way are huge. Yeah, but even though the changes are huge, they are considered of minimum importance. No, it's not like that. Every stone is important, and real estate is a huge stone. Of course, that and the rest have to deal with situations that are not positive. I don't want to repeat what previous speakers have already said. Inflation, high interest rates, all those play their role, but all those factors haven't managed to stop the upward trend that exists. Of course, we don't have the growth we had a year earlier or a year and a half earlier, but the growth is still positive, and this is important. It concerns us all, and the specialists present here today. More specifically, given the opportunity, I would like to mention something else compared to in relation to real estate. I hear it in a previous panel, even though I thought it was a characteristic of real estate alone. The real estate has the good or bad of proximity with the average citizen. All of us have bought, sold, or negotiated real estate. It's not the case with other products. That is problematic because through this contact we have the illusion for people that are involved that I am the A and Z. Nobody will tell me what to do or how to do my job. It is like the coach. Everybody thinks that they can become coaches and play in the first rank. Thank God the real estate has interesting representatives, colleagues that represent IAP, the institutional product in real estate. One could say that we can averse risks with direct real estate deals. The best, if I'm asked, is to follow the institutional way. All those who want a product like that to address themselves to IAP that is well supervised, etc., that means that it has all the guarantees of institutional investors, specialists for specialists, and we have things in IAP that can be improved and become more effective. If I am well aware, there is a revision of the institutional framework towards this direction, and the result will be quite positive with regard to prospective investors. I don't want to tire you with figures and things. We have seen, we have heard about growth rate of the country. What is important, and I want to mention, is that in foreign direct investment, the greatest part is kept by real estate. 1/3, 27 to 30% of foreign direct investment, even though we had a decline in 22-23, but it is still quite high. Inflation, what should I say about inflation and real estate? There is this narrative of the past that real estate is a safe haven during inflation. It's not a lie, it is true. And you don't need to have a master's in economics to be aware of that, because it follows the trends of the economy. So there are adjustments, and it is an inflation adjusting instrument. Real estate, that is, investments nonetheless that take place during inflation periods, definitely the decision making of those decisions is different, influenced by that. What does it mean? From 100 choices I had available, I make a choice between 20, among 20 that can be part of the future. But with regard to that, I will leave the experts, the CEOs of the associations or of the real estate companies, to tell us how they handle things when inflation is quite high. Battling inflation is not unidimensional, and for the time being, there is no one way out and a remedy to cure things. Every case is different. That is why cure is personalized. Should I stop here or not? No. Okay. Thank you very much. No. I was here just to announce the panelists. I don't want to tire you. I just wanted to give you a point of view, because the truth will be revealed during the panel. Real estate is not rocket science, of course. It is not something exotic, and it takes somebody 3 days to understand. That is why real estate was from the first sectors in the previous stress test exercises of the financial sector that was scrutinized, and I say that to say that no financial institution has skeletons in the closet. Everybody was exposed to that, and people that exercised stress test it was easy for real estate to identify. A lot of financial institutions abroad have so many exotic things in their balance sheets. Nobody can understand what role they would play in scrutiny. So real estate is the basis for the development of the country and the disbursement or distribution you want for your clients. The outlook is positive. We need to be cautious because it doesn't have inside bags with extraordinary benefits that was available in the past 4 years. It is saturated and the returns might be corrected further. That is what I wanted to share with you. And now we will have our exceptional panel, and we will have some time for questions. So after the panel, be prepared for questions. We are here to answer questions on the spot. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite the panelists. Aristotelis Karitinos, CEO, Prodea Investments, Vice Chairman, Mr. Kapetanakos, CEO of Novel Property, Anna Apostolidou, Chief Executive Officer, Brick Properties Rake, Mr. Papouli, CEO, Executive Member of BOD and Chairman of the Investment Committee, Trade Estate Rake. Mr. Markazos could not be with us, unfortunately. Mr. Kapetanakos is though with us, CEO of Novel Property. So it is a great joy. I am the same person. I'm just sitting. I might look a bit chubby, but this is true. I would like to thank you all for share this time with us. My role is to coordinate everyone, and I will just be here to ask questions in order to have some news. I will start with Mr. Karitinos. And I say that because we have Anna with us, the only woman in the panel, but we will start with Mr. Karitinos. As I said earlier, what actually interests the people who are here today is how the companies operate in an environment of high inflation and high interest rates. What asset classes or what are some iconic transactions you had lately? And then we will see how the decision making of that had results, positive results. Of course, you can give us a general outlook of the wider sector. Well, Mr. Karitinos, as I said earlier, is the Vice Chairman, Hellenic Funded Assets Management Association, and his name is linked with the creation of this sector, so we look up to him and would like to thank him for being here. He has an institutional role as well. Thank you very much for your kind words. There is this misunderstanding that we need to solve. Well, we talk about high inflation, but in Greece we don't have high inflation. We have half as much as the rest of Europe. We were less exposed in the energy problem, so we are in normal inflation conditions, 2.5%. Since we are a member of the Eurozone, we have high interest rates since they are determined by the central bank. So even though our inflation is quite low, we have high interest rates. In our case, it is one of the particularities we are faced, and it's not the only one. The way things operate in real estate in Eurozone and in general is totally different from what is happening in Greece. Why is that? Because in Eurozone and in Greece and in Europe in general, there is high inflation and the interest rates, the yields of real estate was quite low because we have mature markets. So with high interest rates, you imagine the average yields in real estate were 7%, Europe was below 5%. And now we have the same interest rates, 4 or 6%. This is unheard of. We haven't experienced something like that in the past. What happens in the Eurozone? The real estate prices have dropped, the yields increased, and values dropped. There, inflation is a source of opportunity for those who can borrow with lower spreads and for those that have availables. Because a lot who don't want to go bankrupt sell. So there is this new trend. People sell in order to save themselves. So it is an opportunity period, this this time in Eurozone. You can find a lot of real estate cheap. This is a problem for Greece because institutional investors see huge discounts in Europe, but they don't see it in Greece because our economy is much better. We have lower inflation. So this very moment, the rest of Europe is more competitive for an international investor than us. The second is that what is happening in Greece. In Greece, very original, is due to the size of the market and of special characteristics and the idiosyncrasies of Greece. We have the following. Despite the valuations don't drop because expectations are high, even though we have discounts of 30-40%, and now the prices in Greece have an upward trend, we don't have a lot of transactions. We don't have a lot of transactions because there is a gap between B and ask. People who want to sell in Greece right now are not interested in selling because yields are high and doesn't want to sell low. Those who buy, on the other hand, want to buy at lower levels to their benefit. They don't want to buy in 5%, but 8, 7 or 8. So are victims of our success. We have the sellers with managed expectations. The Greek market, because of its size, has a problem that freezes not because of the market fall. There is this bid-ask. This is the nightmare of valuators. So, it is a phase in Greece. You need to sell. We have changed the developers. A lot of developers are bankrupt because they have loans, etc. In Greece, we have seen that we had some developers that collapsed, but Greece survived because the way of production has nothing to do with what is happening in the EU. In the EU, what produces the product are too few and big. But this is the contrary. Rake are the big of the market. too few of them collapsed in the past, and they collapsed because most of them operated in the gray zone of the market. So the exposure was quite low. They could change their funds from one real estate to the next. So no one collapsed because they had loans of 80%. That's why we didn't have people collapsing. We had 60% on average, but with what we experience is quite low compared to the crisis we have faced. 60% was on average in bad real estate in specific sectors, and real estate, the good real estate, rarely fell below 15%. The good commercials, if you bought in Syntagma, the yield was never 12 during the crisis, but it didn't fell. So I need to tell you that there is this particularity we need to understand. It's not rocket science, but it's even worse. There are a lot, because rocket science has algorithms and you solve it. This very moment in Greece, because it is the hottest market, sellers market, etc. This is theoretical. We are much better than other markets. Since we have kept our yields and they are in an upward trend, but on the other half, this is a market that something has changed. Only one, all players and the companies you see here turn themselves from purchasers to producers, because we didn't have developers. We have 1.5 developers in the Greek markets. There is more demand than offer. And on the other hand, we don't have a way to have a product from the shelf at a rational price. So we produce the products. All of us do development here, and they produce the product they consume, because that allows them to have a better yield. Instead of buying with 5.5, we have 1.5 extra from development. So we are above interest rates, and then you can give better dividends to the shareholders. Well, I spoke a lot, I think, but I had to explain that. Well, taking that into consideration.
Let me stress the following, which is very important in the real estate field mentioned earlier by Mr. Karidinos. Speaking about gray zones, colorful stories. The real estate, not just in Greece, is a field without any transparency. What we witnessed, and consider this panel as a publicity for a field, for the field, has been criticized in terms of transparency. It is a closed area. Nobody actually knows what is the case in there. You buy them, you sell them, you assess them by yourselves. So lots of bad voices that do not wish transparency. So consider this panel as a locomotive in favor of transparency. The largest IAP has explained the case, and allow me to move forward with Mr. Kazinas to discuss the decision-making in an inflation environment. So we would welcome your insight. Could you enlighten the field so that we progress with our discussion? Thank you. We all know that inflation has a positive and a negative impact on real estate investment. So let us focus first on positive investments, highlighting 3 points, the main one being the increase of rents by adjusting the contracts, which is in favor of investors. As mentioned earlier, inflation increases the construction cost, the replacement cost, which goes hand in hand with the values of the assets themselves. And a third point, due to the assets being hedged in themselves amidst inflation, this might increase demand on the part of asset managers. Speaking about negative points, first, the impact of inflation on the economy. Oftentimes, there's an increase of interest rates, which is the case currently. In such case, the lending cost is higher. In other words, you've got the opposite effect because cash flows are lower and overall working costs increase. Similarly important, together with the lending increase, the discount rates go higher, which creates another force towards stagnation or, in terms of prices, alteration, mentioned by Mr. Karitinos earlier. And third point, it may lead to a decrease of demand because funding becomes harder for banks and might involve other issues in the economy. So, what is the conclusion? The impact, the volume, the size of this impact, and how we balance demand and offer expectation in terms of interest rates and LTV ratios. On the other hand, the mixture of lending, fixed rates and floating rates, unfortunately in Greece we have more floating rates, creates defines somehow how the capital market shall move forward. If the pace of increase of rents remains over the pace of increase of lending, then the value of assets remain positive, which is the case in markets with very little stock and an excess of demand. This is the point where we stand now, the Greek real estate, mostly about prime assets. What about investors now? How they are positioned? They need first to focus on 3 points: cash flows, lending costs, and operation costs. The choice needs to be in favor of assets with stronger prospects. In other words, assets that are currently leased. However, after those contracts, they may become an object of regearing, and of course, assets of high demand. And this is why IAP invests on green buildings and so on and so forth. And again, I believe that in terms of the type of assets we choose, well, diachronically it has been clear that housing buildings resist better in an inflation environment with better prospects for capital gains. The lending cost, this is equally important, and there we need an active management of the entire capital structure of the company, from negotiating with banks to achieve reduction of spreads or expansion of the amortization time schedule, hedging tools. It is important that the investors use little leverage compared to the past. And again, this might mean that we need a scale back in terms of return, at least in the short term. And third, for the operational cost, not just at property expenses level, where we need to be very cautious, but in terms of at a company level, we need to examine the entire cost throughout the enterprise to understand how we can make savings and what we do with leakage. In other words, the cost due to void assets that are in our portfolio. To wrap up, the impact of inflation on real estate investments is different depending on the investment policy, depending on the size, the length of inflation or recession, the type, the location, and so on and so forth. However, I believe that in the long term, investors such as IAP purchasing more equity than debt on new real estate, they'll benefit from the higher pricing of assets, whereas on the other hand, in the short-term investors or flippers, to put it this way, waiting to come up with over benefits, over profits, those shall be having to deal with challenges. Thank you, Mr. Casino, for your thorough approach. And now, Anna, over to you. Your picture, your company's picture, the portfolio, and the decision making. Good afternoon from Brick Properties. I'm the CEO of the company. Tassos analysis concerning the financial part and how inflation impacts both sides, meaning the revenue of an IAP and the cost base of an IAP, has been very thorough indeed. I would like to stress, and I'll dwell on that more, that the real estate in Greece, as I'm years in this field, is currently in a transformation stage. In the past, that was a retail activity. We know that all Greeks love real estate. Now it has become an institutional engine, an institutional tool. Entire buildings in the hands of institutional investors. And I believe the following step, well, those investors shall turn back to the retail investors, approach them and tell them that IAP role is there so that small investors, private investors may invest there via IAP on real estate. So this is a cycle, this is a transformation of the market, which is very positive. We in BIP, we have managed, as from the beginning of the establishment of the company in 16-17 being listed, we have 22% of our share capital in micro investors and 46 free float on the stock exchange market. And generally speaking, we are very active and we would like to approach those investors that are interested to invest in a professional way on real estate in Greece. The way we invest in the current environment, which is indeed very interesting while quite hard, is relevant to the particular sector. We choose to invest in sectors where there's value of domestic products, logistics and tourism, where the increase of interest rates has less impact. Of course, it impacts our capital basis. However, from the beginning, we've tried to keep it low, 26%, thus we are more protected. However, investing in both sectors, we understand that there's prospects of strong cash flows and of giving a strong dividends to our investors. 5.3% clear dividend, which is a good return, I dare say, even in an environment of high interest rates, and on a case-by-case basis in terms of investment. So let me stress that in Greece, as mentioned by Mr. Karitinos, it is not the case as it stands in foreign markets with great leverages of market, great development, very low yields of 5 or 6%. Thus now there is an issue. All those companies have a cash flow issue. Nothing to do with this environment. We are far more protected, far more healthy, I would say. And again, to conclude, let me stress that there is a developmental picture here in Greece. Actively we have explored and exploited from the RF fund, which gives the opportunity to Greece for investments of very low interest rates. Such a building is currently in progress at the area of Kalithea, which shall be 50% funded with a 35% fixed interest rate. An excellent investment. Thus, the investment prospects here in Greece, together with the fact that we are at a different cycle stage compared to other mature markets, Germany, England, and so on and so forth, well, we are protected from such risks. And I believe that indeed we need to turn to the investment public in a way to become more attractive. Thank you. IAP, initially designed to give the opportunity to micro investors to get involved in this real estate game, even without strong cash flow, It is important because at a pan-European level, in other words, the European Union essentially pushes the following. In the future, the depositors won't be expecting from the credit organization to provide him with capitals. There's a great spread currently between deposits and funding. In the future, we'll be having the idea of micro-investors more strong. This is where we are heading at, and towards this direction, IAP may become the more safe vehicle to lead us ahead. In other words, giving the opportunity to micro-investors, instead of keeping their money in a bank, to invest with a yield higher compared to any other in the market. And again, similarly important, the Resilience and Recovery Fund, which demonstrates that the reforms in the country, well, demonstrate the impact on the real economy. The example just mentioned of your new construction. Now let us move to Mr. Dimitrio Patouli from Trades Estate. His view of his company, rather young in the field, newly established, with a long track record, however, your plans concerning the future. Thank you.
I will start with good news, breaking news. 1 hour ago, we announced the Marianas Latsis Fund to our company. At a very important period for us, we prepare our listing. These developments for us is a vote of trust to our investment strategy. So we are aligned with the strategy of our main investor to have a big company, having Auto Hellas as second shareholder. We are the youngest member of the team of IAP. We started our operation in July 2021 with handling the Furlis real estate. 2 years later, our portfolio value is 340 million with 13 big real estate. Our particularity is that our real estate are of huge value. We are the IAP, which we have declared our strategy to be targeted in 2 asset classes: development of commercial parks, in Greece. Because of the crisis, never started that. And the second pillar are huge logistics, big size logistics that serve big Greek and international retailers, servicing physical and digital services of theirs. How do we deal with this market and inflation? We focus on bringing closer income producing assets that already operate, and in that way we get over the particularities of construction cost. We work intensively on our cost, having hedged our loan, our borrowing strategy. The cost of money for us is below 3.3%, and the biggest part of our development projects are financed by RRS. As you all know, we are about to be listed with the Athens Stock Exchange, hoping to find funds that will allow us to develop our pillars are specialization in parks, in commercial parks, makes everybody understand our strategy. We can explain, in other words, how easy they understand our strategy and choose or not to invest in something clear to them. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the news you shared with us. We are glad that we are the form of so hot news, and we are quite optimistic of the asset class of retail parks, because it is something you are dealing with, and we want to see what is happening. I need to add that we have a pipeline of agreed developments and 180 million euros, 160 in 4 developments and 20 in 2 improvements of real estate. At the same time, we examine investments of 360 million euros, buyouts or developments. The total of this will lead us to the level of 700 million euros by 2028. And now, Panagiotis Kapetanakos, thank you very much for your patience. You represent novel property. Let us hear your point of view on the iconic projects underway. Do you want to share with us? And the decision making, because on the decision, even though for the decision making we have a full picture. Mr. Karitinos has already analyzed the wider framework in which we operate. We have a hybrid model. We have started to build our own product because the Greek market has always been shallow. Now it is even shallower in offering modern products. So we have a portfolio except for making the fundamentals that we have to do. We have sustainability in this equation as well. We want to create sustainable buildings, not environmentally certified. We want to have them flexibly designed because the challenges change. After coronavirus, the demands change constantly. Either we talk about external or internal factors. Now we are preparing in Leoforos Kifisias an office building that we will have 0 carbon emissions. So we see that the market goes towards the quality part of real estate. Beyond offices, we have our commercial parts, logistics, hotels. We invest in this. Generally speaking, we are very careful with our capital structures. 7% of our loans are fixed. We had a green bond with a low interest rate of 7 years, which helps us a lot. So generally speaking, we are very careful with our capital structure because we want to avoid the problems of abroad. We have a captive pipeline because of the way we were structured, either alone or in mergers with others, mainly alone. We are involved in urban refurbishes, etc. And a combination of that and our capital structure, I think that our assets will grow in value and we will become very attractive to investors. We are about to be listed soon in the Athens Stock Exchange. We have agreed with EBRD to change the shares of the company. We will have an anchor investor and others will follow. IAP being listed is like having an association that will move faster and better. So we have already started saying that there is a special weight in this field and tries to cover the needs of everyone. We are all working towards this direction. We just have a few minutes. If you have any questions, we are here to answer these questions right away. If there are any. No one. No one. So let's hope that in the future we will have more interest on the developments of IAP, since we have all understood their value and contribution to the financial developments of Greece. I want to thank you all for being here, honoring us with your presence. And of course, I would like to thank the association for presenting this sector to you and give it the visibility it deserves. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank all the companies participating. We will have a 10-minute break and then we will have the next category of alternative investments. AIFs.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά αναζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά, όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Νιώθετε πως ήρθε η ώρα να ξεκινήσετε τη διαδρομή σας στις επενδύσεις. Αλλά να ζητάτε μια κατεύθυνση που να ταιριάζει στις ανάγκες και τις δυνατότητές σας με βάση τον δικό σας οικονομικό προγραμματισμό. Γιατί θέλετε να αξιοποιήσετε και να επενδύσετε τα χρήματα που μπορεί να περισσεύουν από τα έξοδά σας για να τα τοποθετήσετε σταδιακά σε μια επένδυση σε διαφορετικές στιγμές και αν το αποφασίσετε στην πορεία, να μπορείτε να αυξήσετε το κεφάλαιο που επενδύετε. Ο δρόμος για αυτό που ψάχνετε είναι τα αμοιβαία κεφάλαια. Σας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να ξεκινήσετε την επένδυση με ένα ποσό και παράλληλα να επενδύετε σταδιακά όποτε εσείς το επιθυμείτε, επιτυγχάνοντας χρονική διασπορά στο χαρτοφυλάκιό σας. Έτσι, εξομαλύνονται οι επιπτώσεις από τις διακυμάνσεις των αγορών και εσείς περιορίζετε το άγχος σας για το αν επενδύετε στη σωστή στιγμή. Με το πρόγραμμα περιοδικής επένδυσης σε αμοιβαία κεφάλαια Master Plan, έχετε ευελιξία στο ποσό και τη συχνότητα των καταβολών σας και μπορείτε να χτίσετε ένα επενδυτικό χαρτοφυλάκιο χωρίς να χρειάζεται να επενδύσετε ολόκληρο το κεφάλαιό σας εφάπαξ. Ξεκινήστε σήμερα τη διαδρομή σας και ενημερωθείτε για τη χρονική διασπορά με τακτικές καταβολές αμοιβαία κεφάλαια σε ένα κατάστημα Eurobank ή στο eurobank.gr.
What does it mean to be a leader in the new digital era? It means to lead the way towards digital transformation, changing everything. Changing the way 125,000 businesses and professionals work. Investing in your people as they are your power. Evolving and joining your forces with new, innovative partners. Leading the way of business into the digital future. That is what being a leader means. Epsilon Net Group, the new digital era of businesses.
Μεγαλώνουμε σημαίνει ερχόμαστε πιο κοντά στα σχέδιά μας. Στην NN μεγαλώσαμε και δημιουργήσαμε τη μεγαλύτερη ασφαλιστική εταιρεία στην Ελλάδα. Έτσι, συνεχίζουμε με διευρυμένο δίκτυο, ευέλικτα ασφαλιστικά προγράμματα και ακόμη μεγαλύτερη ευθύνη να στηρίζουμε τα σχέδιά σας και όσα έχουν σημασία για εσάς. Γιατί η ζωή είναι πάντα μπροστά.
Ξεκινάμε.
We are back. Is this okay? Can you hear me?
Λοιπόν, είμαστε...
So we are back and ready to move forward with the penultimate panel, the second on alternative investments, as correctly stressed by a panelist. Essentially, this is the main panel on alternative investments, as it involves all investments. So let us consider it the core, the generic one. It is with great pleasure that I welcome Mr. Vasilis Kletsos, CEO of Andromeda AEH, as a moderator, Manos Drosarakis, investment manager, EOLCOS Investments, Alexandros Maglaras, General Management, Triton Asset Management, IDAC, Panagiotis Amadjis, IT and Risk Management Specialist, and Asset-Wise Capital Management, and Iosif Papadogiannis, Investment Director and BOD Director in Alpha Trust. So there they are. Over to you. I do not know whether you've followed all the mutual funds panel. The last point, however, was relevant to alternative investments. And it is very interesting for myself, for our audience, to follow your concepts. I've got a number of questions divided in 3 sections. The first one, generally on FCs and alternative investments, AIFs and investments are the second one, and the third, of course, relevant to investors. So, let me start with Mr. Samardzis. I'm pleased that you're with us, Mr. Samardzis. As you had to fly from Thessaloniki and due to the strike, we were afraid that he wouldn't make it. Anyway, there he is, and thank you very much. So, first question. 2, actually. What are they, the alternative investments? And the second, why it is hard for an investor to assess and choose between amongst all those alternative investments. Thank you. First of all, let me congratulate the organizers on putting together this excellent event and the significant lectures. Well, I believe that it focuses more on alternative investments since most speakers refer to them. So, let us give put forward a first definition of AI's alternative investment, which covers a large spectrum of assets. The most typical one, covering everything which is irrelevant to shares and bonds, infrastructures, commodities, crypto coins, different segments. We'll speak about private equities in the next panel. Now, let us see why investors need to be interested in alternative investments for various reasons. The first one being differentiation. When you include an AI in his or her portfolio, essentially it reduces the overall risk of the portfolio. Why? Because historically alternative investments at an average compared to traditional ones have a lower correlation and mostly negative correlations. Traditional investments, bonds, shares, in other words, decrease, whereas alternative investments increase. In other words, the volatility decreases, the portfolio becomes more steady, and during the past years, shares and bonds have a similar attitude, losing the differentiation character they used to have in portfolios. The second reason is relevant to significant yields. The asterisk involves that alternative investments, most of them, require a long-term horizon. For example, for private equities, the horizon it's almost 10 years. In other words, AIs, most of them involve institutional investors. At that point, in a long-term horizon, historically speaking, AIs offer significant yields and improve the A in a portfolio. Thus, the first and the second reasons mean that the risk and yield, when sum up and including AIs, improve. Alternative investments is an important tool in the toolkit of investors. Second question is, why is it difficult to assess them, to choose them, to manage them? The difficulty lies on the reason, if I may sum up, because factors influencing alternative investors do not coincide with those that impact on traditional ones. Of course, there are common factors, however, the influence and an impact in a different way. For this reason, we need a professional manager. A professional manager is required in a position, depending on the macroeconomic environment, to put forward the correct movements, actions, and achieve the maximum benefits and profits for the investor. Thank you. Next question, Mr. Papadogiannis. What are the benefits and the advantages and disadvantages relevant to AIFs compared to other collective investments? Let me start by putting forward that I was the one who mentioned that this is the AIF's generic panel, and we are two more, the previous one on IAP, under AIFs, private equities which follows. Even those two may give you a picture of the wider strategies under this spectrum. I would say that essentially it is a grouping on the part of the EU and an institutional framework which distinguishes mutual funds from all others, separates essentially the collective portfolios that can be sold easily to all EU countries under certain rules, and some others that have some more loose rules. This is the particularity of this panel, and again there's another particularity, that we are here for managers, portfolio managers, and we've got a moderator who has a long experience and a current competency responsibility as he's the CEO of Andromeda. Thus, I assume that we can answer back by asking him and ask him to give an answer. In other words, the moderator can join the panel and put forward answers to his own questions. We are happy managers, of course, all of us, and we manage 2 more AIFs in Luxembourg with similar strategies. That is, we do not choose not listed titles. Every year we try to put forward positive outcomes. How to put it? By investing on listed assets without having a guarantee yield. However, this is the output of our effort. Now, to avoid overlapping our sayings with our discussions with Panagiotis, let me add that in the advantages of AIFs, well, it is the fact that they can invest on non-listed values, which increases the opportunity of differentiation of a portfolio in such types of IAP. That is, a single investor can't invest on an asset, necessarily needs an IAP and invest via the IAP. Similarly with equities, you can't build a portfolio with non-listed companies. You can do it via a professional entity. So this is an enormous privilege. The flexibility of our strategies is that, for example, Andromeda is a closed-end entity, and for this reason it has no outflows, which is the case with IAPS. So it can invest without considering that a part of the amount shall go away, thus obliging it to liquidate part of the portfolio. The disadvantages, okay. Indeed, the institutional framework is very far more loose, meaning you focus more on the manager, the investor, so that they know what they purchase. Private equities, well, there the liquidity is far more restricted. Once you have the money they're investing, you wait until the exit to get them back. As there are no such limitation in the hedging and the leveraging, there are issues relevant to the risk you undertake. So I would put it this way, I would sum up it this way, and sometimes there are some kind of complexity in the strategy of hedge funds, which is quantitative or rather involves a multi-strategy. There again, I need to say that even experienced experts have harder to understand how money is generated and under what conditions they won't have a good outcome. Fully understand a multi-strategy or a quant hedge fund, it is not an easy thing and not an easy task. Mr. Apostasakis, describe the environment in the EU and in Greece. The EU alternative investment funds market is very large. The capitals involve 5.3 trillion, whereas the traditional ones are close to 12. That is 35-37% is invested in alternative investments. In some countries, the alternative investment funds market is larger than the traditional one, which is the case in France, Germany. In Germany, we have 500 billion mutual funds and 2 trillion in alternative mutual funds. That is 3 times the size compared to the traditional one, which is impressive. Compared to the strategies, 50% of those capitals is invested in mutual funds, listed shares or bonds of absolute yield or other strategies, be them funds or mutual funds of other strategy. This is the largest part of the market. 85% is fund to fund, 13% real estate funds, and 6% private equities. This is the breakdown of in Europe. Concerning the investors, 30% of the investors are funds, insurance fund, 65%, 30% rather, the largest investor and purchaser in terms of alternative investor funds. Second, 20% insurance companies, whereas experts calculate that privates are approximately 20% of the market. Concerning the Greek market, there again, the market in real estate is enormous, with the gross asset value is an enormous number compared to the European markets, 4.5 trillions. And in AIFs, enlisted shares or bonds, it's 6 or 7% in assets, well, are quite disillusioning, 1.5 million. So we haven't explored the advantage to the extent we could. As for the strategies in private equity, we've got 8-9 funds, 800 million euros. In the years to come, we are expecting more funds in this market with different strategies beyond the growth and the distress that we are having currently. And last but not least, concerning venture capitals, the funds on spin-off companies, there the number is very little, 8-9 companies with assets of 300 million. Mr. Maglaras, what are the prospects of AIFs in Greece? Good afternoon. The mapping of Manos was excellent and very useful, so that we all got a picture of the size and understand that in many sectors we are just beginning, we are just starting. The institutional framework is quite recent, quite young. And in most sectors, save real estate, we haven't got a good record. We as a company recently extended our licenses. We got into the field. Essentially, we are building an experience. We are fresh in the asset management field compared to the other companies. So thus, we are currently we are in a process to understand the weaknesses of the system, which of course could turn into competitive advantages in the future. So there are legislative initiatives that could help, could be helpful. As Association of Institutional Investors, we have put forward proposals to make NAIF more attractive and AIF more attractive. This is an equation which involves all other mutual funds together, so that we have it more competitive. I remind you that in Luxembourg and in Cyprus they are not taxed in the same way, as it is considered in line with the Greek legislation. Meanwhile, the management companies need to be bold and get into this field strongly, because it provides lots of opportunities for differentiations, as correctly mentioned by the previous speakers. And there again, we see something important. Correlated investments, in other words, compared to all other asset classes. Essentially, this is the role we needed to achieve differentiation in a portfolio. Meanwhile, together with the childish experience that we are currently building, we understand that we need something more. We need some kind of support to move forward. we wish to have a more competitive product. In other words, on the basis of the legislation in force, when choosing domiciliation, you need to go hand in hand with the trustee. Otherwise, you can't move forward for the time being. You choose the jurisdiction and you have the trustee. It's a pity not to have new jobs, new businesses in this sector. Our understanding is that a know-how is being built from the trustees so that they can support us. As correctly mentioned by Sifis, the most complex long-short strategies or other strategies must be supported from the trading floors and the software of the trustees. Essentially, this needs to be the environment. Until now, it hasn't been the case. It is being built gradually. Experimenting and testing continuously to ensure to our next product, next customers, good grounds for implementation. This pillar may thrive. This is what we believe. However, all those parallel actions are required and something more. 13 years later, we are getting back to the rating class we've had. This is the beginning of a travel, of a journey to become a well-developed market. It might take 2 years or so. This, again, as a fact, may deepen the market and essentially there are two different levels. The institution of AIFs must be promoted while in synergy with the local market. And this is why I referred earlier to the trustees. Above all, of course, it is our own market where essentially, if it is deeper with more lending, deeper in terms of the derivative market and other products, there in a way that we can build complex products. This is interesting. And again, we try to apply it in practice. However, the free flow change and some conditions so that we become a developed market shall bring about more investment opportunities and liquidity in the market so that we exercise and put in place those strategies. Do it abroad, it is easy. You can just click a button. Wishfully, this liquidity and in form of cash flow could be here in the domestic market. Flexible products require complex strategies. There again, even in inflation, you can do well. There might be lots of opportunities so that you come up with binary options depending on what you want to have. Healthcare against something else. The correlation of which has increased this year. They have the less correlation in the past years, whereas working on ETFs, having ETFs, which in the AIFs field, there's a statistic in terms of long positions. They are used 2.5% approximately, the ETFs in strategies. Going short, however, it represents 83% via ETFs. Thus, this is very interesting for the depth of the market itself. So it requires some work on the part of all, well coordinated. We need to be bold, the companies I mean. Trustees must support us, and the competitive product must be more effective, meaning natural entities investing on AIFs have a tax disadvantage if they did it on a Greek AIF versus a Cyprus AIF, one of Luxembourg or another jurisdiction? Thank you. Because we've got a pioneer here, and this is important. Now, the second section, which involves the panel, AIFs and inflation. Mr. Samadjis.
Επενδύσεις και ειδικότερα τα alternative investment funds.
Can alternative investment funds counterbalance inflation and decrease portfolio risks? It is an important question because after many years now we do have inflation. The question is important mainly because we don't have many tools which, if you don't invest, there are no other tools that will allow you to have the same purchase power for your money. So what one can do is just to keep your money as a savings. Nevertheless, investments are positively correlated to inflation. When we have inflation, we have increase of the share prices, etc. In the alternative investments, the two main kinds that are benefited from inflation are real estate and goods. Usually, the prices of the goods increase by inflation. So, if you have such an investment in your portfolio, you protect your investment. The second reason is that there are alternative investments like private equities, real estate, that protect your money. So if you have more resources of income, you counterbalance inflation. Generally speaking, about AIFs and portfolios is this of disbursement. If you have a portfolio, if you have alternative investments in various sectors, etc., and you have allocation in various, or if you diversify your investment, you are better protected. What actually increases prices? What kind of inflation do we have? This is important because that determines on how real estate will be influenced. So it is important for professional managers that are aware of tools to manage all this kind of information and choose the structure of portfolio. So at the end of the day, the customers to have a portfolio that won't lose its purchase power. Mr. Papadogiannis, two questions. What are the typical investments of alternative investment funds, and what are the misunderstandings faced by investors when they examine AIFs? If I link it to the previous answer, AIFs can implement the strategy they opt for. So they have they are more free to move. So the answer is what option reacts or resists more? There is no clear answer to that because inflation is a macroeconomic element. You might have stagflation, you might have inflation with intervention from central banks which will fare a hard landing and decrease growth rates. So we have a lot of parameters intervening. During periods of stagflation, for example, with a portfolio, alternative portfolio investing in gold, in physical form or derivatives, we have returns, but if we have an average inflation 2 to 4%, to keep equities has been proven in the long run. You can have positive yields if you maintain, if you are in a growth environment, in a development environment. Different strategies may bring different results with regard to AIFs, a big category we haven't talked about, and we don't have them here even, are those the infrastructure funds. And now we have Atikiodos, and we don't have no Greeks in that form to participate. These, since they have a long investment horizon, overcome the temporary problems, and the way since they are linked to inflation, they offer a good alternative for protecting your funds. Alone, the possibility of AIFs to change strategies to be flexible is a competitive edge, and specific categories that are tailor-made might bring yields. Since this category is huge, and because the regulatory environment is not strict, we have some misunderstandings. I will share with you what I hear from investors. We talk about absolute return funds, and all come, or not all, but many, that this absolute means that I will always have positive results. Reality is that the strategy one fund wants is not to be linked with the fluctuations of the market, to achieve a result irrespective of the trends in the market. But correlation with the market, positive or negative, is a different story. There lies the challenge of investors in their ability to understand complex strategies. That is why there are two big categories of AIFs in which some Greek participate, RIAFs, that can be given to investors. All other categories, one should be certified that the investors are well informed in order to be able to give them that. And but in some way, investors should prove that they understand where the money is placed. You mentioned absolute return strategies, and Mr. Drosatakis is dealing with that. How these strategies have been influenced by inflation? Have you changed your strategy? I need to add something to what Sifi said. I spoke with a manager of a big real estate fund in it can be sold for 100 euros in a well-informed investor in Greece for 100,000, and in Italy it cannot be sold at all. With regard to the above-mentioned strategies, it is a misunderstood market. One could say that they are hedge funds that use leverage and are of high risk. They use leverage, but the risk is specific for every mutual fund and different for every strategy. There are strategies in hedge funds that the risk is comparable with the risk of bonds. The strategy of global macro is comparable of those of bonds, but it is important to select the strategy and the manager in order to have these figures. Equally important is to have returns that are not compared to the traditional ones. In some sectors, we have a negative or zero correlation to the share markets. How the strategy is does influence when one should choose exactly what strategy to follow. It depends on what you want. When we have high inflation, there is volatility, and we have opportunities in the share markets, currency markets, etc. And I will give you an example. Global market strategy with no good returns in the past years. For 2021, they were to 22%. In 2022, it had a positive return, 10%. Investors. One question to all of you. Please be brief because we run out of time. We start with Mr. Samardzis. What investors should take into consideration when examining AIFs and how this is included in a wider investment strategy? The first thing that should happen is the investor to set the objective. Why does he want this specific portfolio? The diversification, better yields, returns. The second step is to assess the management company, its philosophy, returns, cost, etc. In inflation environment, should assess on whether this portfolio can be effective in dealing with inflation. All these make a mixture that the end portfolio will achieve the targets of investor. Something last, since developments are quite fast, everybody should follow the developments in the sector, but in other sectors as well, like AI, for example. AI influences us all. For example, there are many analysis tools, forecast tools, that allow an improved investment process. So investors should follow that and adjust to this speedily changing environment. Mr. Dosatakis, how financial consultants can help their customers include AIFs. Financial counselors are important in this field. Strategies and decisions are difficult, so specialists are important. We have heard about real estate. Previously, we talked about residential or industrial buildings. And inflation, one should see what companies or have in their contracts inflation and can roll it to renters, and of course to see the discount, because nowadays in Europe listed real estate funds are negotiated to a discount of 20–30%. Hedge funds, we have mentioned. Private equity, there is a panel. Private equity have a 10-year horizon, so 2 or 3 years cannot influence their returns, but in any case, consultants are important. I will give an example on private equity. If someone had invested in the American stock exchange, he would have a return of 10%. But if one had invested in mutual funds, would have returns of 10.7%. That doesn't occur in AIFs. If someone had invested in middle private equity, would have 15%, and in the higher scale, it will have returns of more than 15 or 20%. Mr. Papadogiannis, based on the discussions with your customers, what worries investors right now? Is inflation number one problem? Well, it remains. It depends on what kind of investor you talk to. Either we have a private investor or if we have institutional investors that have more or less the same knowledge of the market or similar to a manager. So I would say, talking about private investors and focusing there, they worry about inflation when they see it in the supermarkets. When they discuss portfolios, they are worried about interest rates that come as a result of inflation pressures. So they are stressed up to a degree, but not that high. And before we explode, Mr. Maklaras, you mentioned ESG in all your discussions. How AIFs are linked to ESGs? The regulation of a fund is more flexible than others. That doesn't mean that active ownership of a shareholder or asset owner changes. Being responsible in investing in a way can say that we want the markets to be well functioning and be supported and have good governance. We include ESG criteria in our investment policy, and at the same time we are active in the dialogue we have with the markets, voting procedures. So ESG are part of all kinds of investments. There, ESG has an investment interest. Some companies will be faster for net zero. Some will use science-based targets and structurally more organized way, or might choose an alternative way for energy transition. Well, it's not only what the market believes, but some companies won't survive. So there is an investment interest on this. When I worked in the stock exchange, your questions about ESGs were frequent. We ran out of time. I don't know, Maros, if we should give time for a couple of questions. Are there any questions? I don't see any. I think that you have covered everything. The coordinator should make a summary, but what should I summarize? I don't do anything though. Well, I think that everybody was quite clear. So next year, Vasilis, you will sum up. But thank you very much.
Θα ήθελα να καλέσω τώρα τον κύριο...
Now I would like to invite Mr. Marco Veremis, co-founder and chairman of the board, upstream partner of Big P Venue. He shall discuss Greek private equity evolution. And Mr. Vamvakakis from Capital Partners, Takis Solomos, and Mr. Yorgos Mavridis, chairman of BOD, founding manager of investment committees, member of Southbridge Advisors, who will discuss immediately afterwards the investments in private equity in an inflationary environment. Thank you.
Ωραία, θα είμαι σύντομος διότι...
I'll be very brief, as we'll discuss everything during the panel. Let me convey to you some insight concerning the change in private equity environment in the last year and how it might continue changing in 2024. The core concept being that certainly in the next 5 years we'll be having a totally different private equity compared to what we used to have in the past 14 years. Why I say so? Because in the past 14 years, that was the biggest bull run ever, which brought together a difficulty in distinguishing those that were lucky to the free riders to those that were leading the developments in an insightful way and not by indexes. Indicatively, in 21, we have 650 SPACs, which is a clear example or symptom of an illness. The capital is so high that it goes in a blind way in line with the future promises, and they failed dramatically. And now we haven't got a single one. Private equity, to give you a feeling, is a large international business. In Greece, it's still very little, but internationally, we're speaking about 5,000 US firms, 6.5% of the American GDP relevant to private equities, which is normal because out of the companies with revenues over 100 million in the States, only 15% are public. All others are private. So the scope for actions for private equities is enormous, and the average investor is blind in terms of the entire field of action. She can't touch it. So what changes? First of all, the deal flow and the deal making has dropped by 40% this year, year on year. Less transactions. However, the absolute figure remains relevantly high, 40% lower, but it is relevant not that much to the number of deals, but to the more corrected valuations. The corrected valuations for myself is the essence of this discussion today. We've seen a very extended balloon which started being harmful for the economies and the companies because it deprived the good operation, the housekeeping of a company. Thus, we've had companies getting larger, cheap equities or cheap debt. If you look historically the data, the best companies globally, Microsoft or Google, for example, or Amazon, they are companies created at relevantly high interest rates eras when money was expensive, which is meaningful because when money is expensive, you use it wisely. When it's cheap, you waste it around, and you don't build that good companies. So it is not a coincidence that the good companies of the second decade after 2010 are companies with very well housekeeping. The deal flow appears that aims at different companies and will have a different role. It shall become more influential, not that passive. I get in a company, I'm expecting the company to do well and I'll have an exit in 5-6 years. I'm getting in and I intervene. This is the rationale, and particularly in Greece, where we have many family companies requiring internationalization, good managers, mergers and acquisitions of other companies to become larger. There, the skills of an equity fund are significantly important and can impact significantly on the Greek economy. Private equity is a leverage for the future. This is what I believe for the Greek economy, provided that it operates correctly. And it is clear on the fundraising in the past year. That is, whereas deal have reduced. This year in Europe particularly will be having the same fundraising in terms of money as we had in the previous year, or even more. Last year we had fundraising into 22, 64, 65 millions. This year in the first half already 40 millions, which was driven by two great Super Mira and CDC fundraisings. However, the appetite for serious manager is there, the opportunity is there. So many of those 5,000 smalls will die because in low interest rates eras they got in, will have other deals, and will be having a more professional and intervening way and methods of working. And I'll conclude by telling you the following. In 22, the IPOs, the total IPOs, and I've excluded SPACs and so on and so forth, I kept the regular, normal companies are 660 IPOs in NASDAQ, which is my field of from until today, the overall value of those companies is 900 billions. From those companies, 85% belongs to 35 investors. Imagine 85% of those IPOs in the hands of 35 very competent managers, equity funds and venture cap funds. Out of the 900 billion, 700 involve only 20 companies. 700 millions only for 20 companies. Conclusion: do we need to move to an era of more strong local private equity funds? Second, those funds need to be professional, intervening, helping the companies, not being passive. And third, they don't be disillusioning. Dispersion and diversification won't bring the outcomes. Few cases with a strong impact on the Greek economy will provide the best outcome. By saying so, let me invite the speakers to discuss it openly, this very topic.
Θες να κάτσω?
Εγώ.
Επειδή η παρουσίαση πριν μάλλον πήγε στράφη, να υπενθυμίσω λοιπόν ότι...
Let me remind you that, save Mr. Veremis, we got on the panel Apostolos Tampakakis, chairman of Capital Partners, Takis Solomos, partner of Elikonos Capital, Giorgos Mavridis, chairman of Southbridge Advisors. Let me start from the point I left it in my introduction. Let us discuss first the international environment. Well, I've presented my insight. I'm coming from the technology field. You are coming from, you are having a different perspective. Apostolos, how do you consider the private equity in international environment in the past 14 years in the bull run, and how did it change in the past year? We all know that how it was. Lots of money accumulated, non-disposed, 1.5 trillions. All managers were under pressure. The deal flow wasn't easy internationally, and for this reason, we had lots of deals hit strongly, ferociously abroad. So, in the past we had easy money, easy investments, aggressive managers. However, private equity did perform, indeed. Now, lately, as of coronavirus onwards, plus the inflation and the increase of interest rates, the environment changed. It is far harder. In the US, it's very hard to fundraise. In Europe, I haven't got your data, however, I believe that in Europe as well we got a reduction. Managers can't raise funds easily. People are asking for higher yields as they can have it with lower risk, and managers have become more cautious, more careful. There's a feeling that sooner or later we'll have some kind of recession, which is there in some countries, is other not. I believe that we'll skip that. This wasn't my opinion for months ago. Anyway, there's a wait-and-see attitude from most on the part of most managers. Partly we have this situation in Greece. Some funds, very aggressive in the past, are in hold now in the past 12 or more months. So this is my feeling. Okay, let me ask you something quite actual, relevant to the international environment. To what extent do you believe that the situation is differentiated compared to the States? Some people claim, economists, for example, 2 months ago, had an entire review saying that USA is in the best position ever, Europe in the worst ever. What do you believe in private equity in the US and Europe, respectively? Well, let me start from your previous question. 15 years ago, private equity was a form of investment, a very aggressive one, and where a manager had an idea, some combinations, restructures, a strategy, cheap lending and zero interest rates, played a re-engineering role, many deals due to the above reasons, leveraging. For 4 years you could pay the lending back and the company would exit upon assessment. However, in this reason, the yields were important, which created a boom of the industry, people knowing very well crediting and leveraging. However, the manager of a company didn't have a particular strategy in relation to a particular sector. Well, this needs to change. Those shall become more aggressive, more in the States. According to my opinion, the private equity sector is very progressive in terms of deals management and restructuring and combinations. The appetite helps on the part of entrepreneurs, fast decision making, fast transactions, and in a simple way. In Europe, where we've got legacy companies and the situation is far more fixed and can't change easily, the deals might have a hard time, even though Apostolos is right. Well, there's no recession in the US. We might be considering so. However, this is not clear in the market. No recession whatsoever. And the fact that we are having a war, whereas in the States there isn't, and instead there's dynamics producing wealth from this war. When you produce weapons and you sell them, well, you got profits and cash flow and so on and so forth. Plus the energy issue. US has no energy costs issues, whereas we do have a lot, clear on the PLNs of the companies, of the banks. So America, the States, even having a hard leverage, they move on forward. And instead, in Europe, we do have an issue and hard to put in place deals. Something else. Do you believe that private equity, irrespective to its status in the past year, Bill, is closer to the entrepreneurial world or the banking world? This is a long debate. Private equities need to be from former bankers and financial analysts or in the hands of former CEOs or banks, but anyway, operational people as Apostolis. What's your opinion? This is a long discussion, Marcos. Which private equity you've mentioned? A size, let us say, if those are Sklavenitis, we are a kiosk in a small town in Greece that I know. You need to know the Greek market. There is a man from CDC, London, and you have it in the Greek